Okay, it's time to get started. I'm going to call this special meeting of the Lawton Water Authority to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Weeger. Johnson. Warren.
Business item number 1. Consider extending the lease agreement with the Lawton Water Authority for contract RFP CL 18-028 Lake Recreation Landing Operations with Lawton Boat Club for an additional 12 months and authorizing the chairman and secretary to execute the required documents. Christine.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Good afternoon.
This is just a one-year extension to the Lawton Boat Club lease at Lake Latonka.
Do you have a motion for approval or questions? Motion for approval. Is there a second? And a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. And the motion carries 7-0. Do I have a motion for adjournment? Motion for adjournment and a second. Please call the roll.
Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Weeger. Warren. Hankins.
At this time, I will call the regularly scheduled meeting of Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Allen Hampton and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please bow your heads. Father, we thank you for your goodness, your mercy. We thank you for the opportunity for all of us to live together in this community. We just pray that our community would continue to prosper and that we have the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to make the decisions to take us in that direction. And we just ask that you just take care of those that are in need and the homeless in our community. And we ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Please call the roll.
Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Weeger. Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris.
Okay, and now we move on to presentation. City Manager recognition to Carl Veldhuizen, Public Utilities Department, and I hope I didn't butcher that name. Come on down, Carl.
Thanks. Hi, Carl. Good afternoon, everyone. Today we want to recognize Carl Veldhuizen from Public Utilities. Carl was out the other day, and let's go over here, there's less interference. And he was responding to a service call for a water main malfunction in the Willow Springs addition. And he received some really awesome feedback as far as his customer support, his professionalism, and his courteousness throughout the process. So we want to recognize that. We hear about a lot of the negativity, but we certainly want to bring attention to when there's positive things happening in our community. So Carl, please accept this as a token of our appreciation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, hold on.
Okay, now we move on to proclamations, and the first is the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women will come forward, and also Citizen of the Month, Kat Funaki. Is it working? There we go. Okay, all right. I always appreciate the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women for making sure that we get somebody highlighted every month as a Citizen of the Month. And our community has a lot of individuals that give and give and give of themselves. I probably met Kat Funaki, I'm going to say, it was before I was mayor. And what was she doing? She was doing a Shop Small activity before Christmas. Do you remember that? And it seems like at least once, if not twice a month, she gives up her Saturdays to organize an event. And those events take a lot more time than just the day that they're happening. That day you get worked half to death, right? But you get worked the other half leading up to it. And so a lot goes into this, and I appreciate Kat. So our proclamation, Kat, says, whereas Kat Funaki, a dedicated resident of the city of Lawton, has exemplified the true spirit of community service through her selfless efforts, leadership, and volunteerism. Whereas Ms. Funaki founded the nonprofit organization Events by Our Team in 2019 with a noble mission to raise awareness and provide essential funding to organizations in the Lawton-Fort Sill area. Whereas under Ms. Funaki's exceptional guidance, Events by Our Team has organized numerous events that have not only showcased the talents and offerings of our community, but also raised crucial funds for various organizations. Whereas Events by Our Team has become an invaluable umbrella organization encompassing programs that greatly benefit our area, such as the Stop and Shop Local event, which creates a centralized location for vendors to gain visibility while selling their products, and the Rising Entrepreneur Project that provides young individuals aged 17 and under with an opportunity to develop leadership and entrepreneurial skills while raising funds for everything from team sports to back-to-school clothing. Whereas Ms. Funaki's unwavering dedication has also enabled Events by Our Team to extend emergency support during times of crisis, rallying the community to meet immediate needs through programs that have blessed the Lawton-Fort Sill area. Whereas the It Takes a Village program provides food and clothing for children and their families during the pandemic, demonstrating a commitment to the welfare of the community. Whereas the Okie Neighbors program has played a pivotal role in coordinating relief efforts for the state of Oklahoma during natural disasters, ensuring the safety and well-being of our fellow citizens. The Feed the Kids program offered meals for children at feeding centers during a time of great need, providing a dedication to the education and nourishment of our children. I do hereby proclaim Kat Funaki as some kind of wonderful Citizen of the Month. Let's give her a big round of applause. All right, now I'm going to let you talk first, Kat.
I know she's going to cry. She will cry.
My glasses are steaming, so bear with me. No, so I just wanted to say that he mentioned Events by Our Team, and it is definitely a team. I do not do this all on my own. I have some of my board members here, and it really just takes a village to make any of this stuff happen. We cannot do events without sponsorships from businesses here in the community. Our events that we put on to fund these organizations that are in need of funding, they happen because of our small businesses here in town. So I just want to say thank you to all of our community for coming and partnering with us and supporting and advertising for us, and we're just so appreciative.
And just like this lady here is some kind of wonderful, I promise that each one of you has somebody in your mind that is equally some kind of wonderful that you could nominate as a Citizen of the Month. I'm Christina Woodson. I'm the chair of Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women, and this is one of my favorite things that we get to do, honor hidden heroes like Kat. So you guys get out there, but we can't do that without you guys turning in names. So everybody think and go onto the City of Lawton website and just type in Citizen of the Month, and the application is there. We look forward to seeing the hidden heroes that you guys are all going to nominate. Okay? Cool.
All right, and by the way, her family's sitting back here on the back row, and next to my grandkids, she has the cutest kids on the face of the earth. Y'all stand up so we can appreciate y'all giving up mama. Thank you. Okay, next we have Garver STEM Education Month. Mary Elizabeth, did we get any of our STEM partners here? Or just you? Okay, all right. Well, we'll talk about them a little bit too. I appreciate Garver and all that they have done to promote STEM education here in Lawton, Fort Sill. We are Oklahoma's STEM city, and we're the only city in the state that's dedicated 10% of all of our TIF revenue go into STEM education to help children be successful. And Garver has tapped into that with a tremendous partnership with Spread the Word Ministries and others, or just
Abundant Life. Spread the Word, Abundant Life, and Might, as well as Lawton Public Schools.
all right, great. So the proclamation for Garver STEM Education Month. Whereas Garver is a multidisciplined engineering, planning, and environmental service firm with more than 1,000 employees across the United States, including over 125 in Oklahoma. In 2023, Garver is celebrating 30 years of serving Oklahoma communities. By the way, we probably want to point out here that you have a homegrown Lawton boy what's his job?
He's the COO, the Chief Executive.
Right, okay, so that's a pretty good deal too. Whereas the firm is profoundly committed to not only providing innovative infrastructure solutions for the communities it serves, but also to invest in those communities through its corporate giving program, Garver Gives. Whereas the program's mission is to offer charitable giving and volunteerism to the communities where Garver employees work and live, and with this mission at the forefront, Garver Gives has been bringing STEM education to Lawton youth through a variety of outlets. The firm kicked off its nationwide centennial celebration at Pat Henry Elementary in 2019, in which students across the country were challenged to build chain reaction machines for a chance to win additional funds for their school's STEM program. Since then, Garver has gone on to forge meaningful and impactful partnerships with Lawton nonprofits to continue this effort of making STEM education more accessible. Together with I Am STEM, Garver is providing an up-close look at engineering and STEM principles to Lawton students in summer programs at Spread the Word Ministries, Might Technology Center, Lawton Public Schools Makerspace, Summer Camp, and Abundant Life Christian Church. And whereas these immersible experiences for our students aim to spark an interest in STEM and the engineering industry as a future career path, and in turn cultivate the next generation of engineers who will serve our state and beyond for decades to come. Whereas the City of Lawton, Oklahoma's STEM city, very much values the importance of fostering partnerships to better promote STEM education for youth, I do recognize and declare this Garver STEM Education Month, and appreciate Garver and ask you all to help me appreciate Garver for all that they've done, including last year, took the kids to the water treatment plant to teach them about that. Where else did you take them?
Well, this year we plan on taking them to the wastewater treatment plant. It
Oh,
might
that'll be fun.
smell as well, but it'll be educational for sure.
All right, let's give Garver a big round of applause. All right, Mary Elizabeth.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. We have been so grateful to be able to work on a variety of infrastructure projects with the city, and this is now our opportunity to give back financially to some of those nonprofits that the mayor mentioned, but also throughout the month of June, we'll be volunteering each week with those programs and bringing our engineers to Lawton and interfacing again with those students to excite them and promote STEM activities and hopefully grow that next generation of engineers and technologists. So thank you so much. We're very excited. Appreciate it.
Another round of applause. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you, Mary Leslie. And now for National Public Works Week, Larry Walcott and the Public Works staff, please come forward. We couldn't, have we got everybody here? Oh, there's too many. But we have a representative, like from each division.
Not from each, just some.
Okay.
Streets, drainage.
Y'all come on down, don't be, oh, I'm surrounded. All right, how you guys doing? All right, whereas the city of Lawton recognizes the vital role that public works professionals play in maintaining and improving our community, whereas the support of an understanding and informed citizenry is vital to the efficient operation of public works and public utility systems and programs such as water, sanitary sewer, stormwater drainage, streets and traffic control, equipment maintenance, electronic maintenance, and solid waste collection and disposal. And whereas the health, safety, and comfort of this community greatly depends on these facilities and services, and the quality and effectiveness of these facilities, as well as their planning, design, and construction, is vitally dependent upon the efforts and skills of public works officials. And the efficiency and the quality and dedicated personnel who staff public works and public utility departments is materially influenced by the community's understanding of the importance of the work they perform. Whereas it is appropriate to express sincere gratitude and appreciation to the City of Lawton Public Works Department for their exceptional efforts and invaluable contributions, I declare this National Public Works Week. Let's give them all a big round of appreciation. All right, come here. I'll give you the microphone.
Actually, I'm going to transfer the microphone to our Deputy Public Works Director, Cynthia Williams.
Thank you. So this year's theme is Connecting the World Through Public Works. A striving community and a productive public works department go hand in hand. And so this is an excellent opportunity to get to honor some of the people who provide these essential functions for everyone. And so just to highlight a couple of things that the Public Works Department does. So Streets is responsible for maintaining and repairing 1,200 lane miles. The Stormwater Department conducts 500 inspections a year. The Drainage Maintenance Department is responsible for 450 acres of drainage way. The electronic maintenance, they are responsible for 90 traffic signals, 38 school zones, and 35 storm sirens. Equipment maintenance, they have 1,500 pieces of equipment ranging from fire trucks to chainsaws. And are you ready for this? The most productive of all of them is our sanitation department, and they have 37,000 residential stops, 1,400 commercial stops, and 1,000 bulk waste pickups a week. And then the landfill processes about 780 tons of waste a day. So as you can see, this is a very productive department, and it is an honor to get to recognize all of these employees for the essential jobs that they do. For Public Works Appreciation Week, I encourage everyone to do 3 things. 1, please learn more about the Public Works Department. 2, consider a job in the Public Works Department because we have several openings. And 3, just take a moment to thank those in the Public Works Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give them a big round. Thank you. You did good with that. Thank you, Larry. Let's give them another big round as they walk off. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you now. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now we move on to reports by the mayor and city council, and we'll start down here with Ward 1.
Doing a lot better. Oh, sorry, forgot to do the right thing. But Ward 1 is doing the right thing. I noticed the other day as I was driving around in Ward 1, our trash is improving so much. Everybody's putting the trash in, and the lids were all closed, and I think we ought to have a contest, and I think maybe Ward 1 could win.
Yeah, a lot of stuff going on. First of all, we have the Employee Appreciation Picnic coming up next week, or a week, 2 weeks from now, on June the 3rd, and to thank all those people that were just here. We hope they all come back and have some free food and snow cones. What a great job. We can't thank them enough. I see them out all the time when I'm making my rounds in the ward, and I see them fixing stuff, and I always try to stop and visit with them, and they're doing a great job. Right behind that will be Freedom Fest coming up June 30th and July 1st at Elmer Thomas Park. Jason is doing a fantastic job over there organizing this, and this year we're going to feature a soapbox derby and a hot dog eating contest. So I'm going to encourage for the celebrity version of the hot dog eating contest that all of the department heads show up and challenge our acting city manager, because he's already said he's going to win. So those are exciting things going on. A lot of planning goes into that Freedom Fest. The mayor has promised me the weather will be perfect, and we're excited to be putting this on and moving forward.
Yes, the Meadowbrook Hines Neighborhood Watch met last night, and we had a representative from LEDC explaining the process of what it takes to get economic development into this town. And I think it was really interesting to them, and they have a better understanding of why things don't move like a fast train, but like a snail, but we get the work done, and I really appreciated that.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to again encourage everybody to make your way to the farmers market. The vegetables are being harvested, so if you need some fresh salads as well as other things, it's a great place to meet up with the rest of the citizens. I think the Tuesday truck, I don't know what it's called, but they have the trucks on Tuesdays, and you can come and get a bite there. I encourage get your family out. There's a lot of stuff that's going on. If you don't know, give a call down to the city or the chamber, and they'll give you a little itinerary of the things that are going on in Lawton. And I think that especially with the good weather that we've been having. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Weaker.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a report, everything's looking well as far as our pickup and our trash handling in Ward 6. I appreciate everyone's participation. And Miss Mary Ann, we challenge you to that contest.
All right, I love it. And Colonel?
Council. First, just want to say what an absolute pleasure it was this past week to have the opportunity to take part in the Lawton Public School graduation ceremonies. It was absolutely fantastic seeing all the high school seniors from the three different schools graduating. It's really positive with so much fantastic emotion and potential that's out there, and an absolute honor to take part in that. And then second, the Armed Forces Day parade, I believe, was an amazing, again, success and opportunity that Fort Sill is very fortunate that we've been able to take part in that as well. Really received some wonderful thanks and comments from the chamber and everyone else, and we look forward to continuing to support that the year to come. As we're approaching summer, for most of us here, this will be the change of command season and lots of ceremonies at the Old Post Quadrangle. And as we've got some old friends that'll be departing, we'll have a lot of new partners coming in and look forward to establishing those relationships and getting back out in the community. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And that moves us on to audience participation. Anyone having an item of business to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. And first up, we'll have Tanya Cates. Are you? Oh, Amy Sims? Yeah, you can go first. And so this Miss Amy Sims, 6101 Southeast Woodlawn, and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Amy Sims, and today I'm here with Austin Sims, Tanya Cates, and Hope Sims and Ryan Cates weren't able to make it. We are the leaseholders of Fisherman's Cove Campground at Lake Ellsworth. We come today to ask for your help and guidance. In 2018, we signed a lease for Fisherman's Cove, and it's a 15-year lease at 5-year increments. The first 5 years will expire June the 30th. I delivered to the city clerk's office a packet for each of you on February 27th asking to extend our lease as required in the contract, along with what we had accomplished. I'd ask y'all to look for that if you would. May the 11th, I sent each of you an email requesting your guidance. And thank you, Mr. Gill, for responding to that. We went into this lease as a 15-year commitment with the hope of many more. When the new Parks and Rec director took over, we got a letter saying that the lease would expire in 10 days, failure to pay. We've always paid well before the deadline, but we had to prove it. October 2021, 3 years into the lease, it was put on the agenda, and I quote, "Are they worth keeping as concession until 2023, or do we want it vacant when the master plan is complete?" On April 19th, there was a Lakes and Land Commission meeting. The agenda read to extend 1 year and then go out for bid after the 1 year. But why rebid? This lease had gone out 2 times prior to us bidding on it. The Boat and Yacht Club were worded the same. I tried to bring the mistake to the attention, but was hushed. They continued talking, and the commission voted to extend 1 year. Finance emailed me the 1-year extension. I talked to Justine, and she agreed it looked like a mistake. So she emailed Parks and Rec and told them that it expired June the 30th, but unlike Boat Club, ours was for 2 additional 5-year terms. Parks and Rec replied it was not a mistake. I called and asked why, and she said that she was instructed to put it as 1 year. When asked who instructed it, it was the city manager and the commission. But the reason the commission voted 1 year, that's what the agenda listed. We ask that you honor our 5-year extension, and if you have any other further questions, I'd be glad to talk with y'all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming. And Tanya Cates? And Tanya, 6101 Woodlawn, Southeast Woodlawn.
Yes.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm just continuing off of Amy Sims. I am with Fisherman's Cove as well. And due to many unforeseen circumstances, not all of the things listed on the 5-year plan have been accomplished. For example, we did have a restaurant and store, but they were in complete disrepair. And the bathrooms, and they could have been redone. However, there was on May 19, 2019, the fire marshal had called and on a Monday telling us that the store had burned down, which had also burned down the restrooms that we were going to repair. We spent the rest of the year cleaning up from the fire and the boat, and there was also a boat storage that was in disrepair that we also had to clean up, and that had been destroyed by the storms that was left from the previous lease. Yeah, we have now 9 camping spots with full hookups. We fixed and connected the 4 sites with electricity on the West Shore. We've connected electricity for the sewer pumps going to the lagoon. We've added street lights. We have water and a dump station for campers. We've pulled out and repaired a boat dock. We repaired damaged pavilions. We've hauled and spread many loads of rock. And we have installed 2 porta potties, but are now down to 1 because people keep turning them over and stuffing them with trash. And we are constantly, we have constantly fixed water leaks from the pump station. One leak was 70,000 gallons. As you can imagine, the pipes were put in the 1970s. We are constantly cleaning up trash, nails, and glass beer bottles in a fire pit on the beach. And at Lake Ellsworth, that is one of the only swim beaches that we have. So we are able to clean that and take care of that and bring families in and let them share out there the lake. And many fishermen come out there. And most recently we had a water leak that we had to repair that was 2.5 miles from our actual lease. And we just ask that you please honor our 5-year renewal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming. And Lee Bayless. Lee's at 2315 East Gore Boulevard. Lee, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Booker and City Council members, members of the audience. Happy Tuesday to you. I'm here on behalf of the Apache Casino Hotel at 2315 East Gore Boulevard. I'd like to talk to you about Heroes of America Fireworks Show, our 5th annual event. I put a couple of flyers in front of you before you came in, just to show you that at the bottom every year for the past 5 years, we've included the City of Lawton logo as a sponsor, the Chamber of Commerce, and also the Tourism Department, even though there's not a financial quid pro quo or any kind of cooperation back and forth. We originally came to the City Council for our Balloon Fest, and we're given police assistance for parking and some trash services. And then about a couple of years later, we were informed that we would need to be paying for those in the future, which we were happy to do at the time and continue to do. And have continued to keep the logos of the city and the chamber on it because we want to be a good community event and not just make it look like it's only an Apache Casino Hotel event. So with our event coming up again, I was just wanting to maybe revisit the chance with you to see about possibly participating with us with your official sponsorship. The police services that we use is on July 4th. It runs into a little overtime fund for them. So I think our bill has been like $700 or $800 at the most each year. It's not a tremendous amount. But we just thought we would reach out to you and say thank you for the participation with working with the fire department and the police department and the permits and license and park and rec. Everybody's great to work with, and we're happy to continue to keep this relationship going forward. And it's a huge community event. I know Mayor Booker's been there a few times, and people line up around. It's a great night for family-friendly type of entertainment, and we would like to proudly continue to build that relationship with the city and the city council, and would appreciate you consider maybe putting a resolution together to maybe proceed with us on years going forward. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Actually, we can't ask questions right now because of the laws on the Open Meetings Act, but I can say thank you for what you do. And if you're requesting a resolution, I need to get you to get with the staff, and they can put together the necessary things that have to happen.
I'll do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for coming.
All right. Peaceful day to you. Thank you.
And thank you for the program. It's a great community event. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward during this time of audience participation to discuss any item that is not on the agenda? Seeing none, I'll close audience participation and move to the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. And I have had requests to pull 20 and 21. Council, are there any others that you would like to pull? If not, can I get a motion?
Mayor and council, I'd make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of items number 20 and 21.
Have a motion for approval and a second. Please call the roll. Excuse me, please vote. And the consent agenda passes 7-0. Bringing up item number 20. Consider extending contract RFP CL 22-026 citywide hardware software contract to the Jasper Group International of Delray Beach, Florida for an additional year. Mr. Hampton.
Yes.
Hold on, I got to figure out this new system.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Hi, how are you? I'm got an IT background. I love my IT people. I just wanted to had some citizens that were concerned and have since learned that this contract is not with the website people. Is that correct?
Yes, this
yeah.
is not with that. No,
Okay,
this is
yeah, but,
basically our normal hardware that's in-house.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. But tied into this, the website, I mean, we're working to make that user experience more friendly and as we move forward.
Yes, that's another vendor.
Okay.
That's another vendor, Granicus.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Mayor.
You're welcome.
I move to approve this item.
Okay, motion for approval. Is there a second? Do have a second by Mr. Gill. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item number 21. Consider extending contract RFP CL 22003 utility billing and invoice services to Data Pros LLC of Coppell, Texas for an additional year. Mr. Warren.
Mayor and council, my question is, and I guess I've had a lot of people that have complained about our billing, and I just wanted to see if this contract has anything to do with the problems that we've had as far as getting the bills out on time and to the right people, and I guess that's, if I put a question mark at the end of that, that's my question.
Okay. Yeah, no, this does not have, this is not related to any of that. This is just the service that we use when we get the bills printed or get the bills processed and prepared. We email them to this company and they mail them out.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that this wasn't part of the reason that we've had any of the problems that we've had as far
No,
as.
this is
Okay.
not, this is not related to that. With this company, we have had no issues with them. They've been prompt to get them out, and I've heard no issues concerning this.
Well, as long as that's the case, that being said, I would make a motion to approve.
Okay, I have a motion for approval. Is there a second? I do have a second by Ms. Chapman, is that what, or Ms. Hankins? Okay, discussion or debate, Mr. Gill.
I just had a quick question. Do they do any collecting?
I'm sorry. No, sir, they do not. They do not do collections. That's through another, through a third party, AMS. AMS does our collection services for us.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up unfinished business. Number 22, hold a public hearing to consider a change of zoning from the R4 High Density Apartment District to C1 Local Commercial District zoning classification and a change to the 2030 Land Use Plan from residential low density to commercial for the property located at 1212 Northwest Arlington Avenue, and if desired, approve, 1, an ordinance changing the zoning and a resolution changing the 2030 Land Use Plan, or approve the use permitted on review. Cameron.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. This is a continuation of an item that was on Council May 9th. The CPC minutes have been attached now. The location of this is between 12th and 13th Street off of Northwest Arlington. We were talking about a rezoning and an amendment to the land use plan from the R4 residential zoning to the C1 commercial zoning. The adjacent property is the hospital, and they have bought this lot, which is now vacant. There was a residential structure that had 2 structure fires on it and has since been demoed. The proposed use is a parking lot to accommodate the hospital. Right now they only have the on-street parking. And so this would be to rezone this to allow them to build that parking lot. There is a required tree buffer and landscaping, tree buffer and OPEG screening on the west side of the property due to the residential use to the west.
Okay, council, do you have questions? And I want to remind you, this is where we ask questions, not make comments. We make comments after the citizens make their comments during public hearing.
I do want to note that CPC did make a recommendation to deny the rezoning and bring this back as a use permitted upon review, along with tying lots 1 through 12 together.
Okay, so their recommendation is to approve the use permitted on review.
To deny it as a rezoning and bring it back as a use permitted on review. You guys, John.
Cameron, I believe the way the agenda item's written, there's no need to bring it back. They could alternatively approve the use permitted on review, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The council can approve it as a use permitted on review today. Yeah.
Okay, council, do you have any questions before we open the public hearing? Okay, Tim?
So my question to Cameron was, at the last council meeting, do we not already have the public hearing? Because my understanding, this is a unfinished business item, and so I'm not sure we posted again, but we've already had the public hearing, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
We've already had the public.
We opened the public hearing and closed the public hearing in last meeting. I don't believe we continued. I believe we closed it. We held the public hearing item.
So yes, Cameron just confirmed that at the last meeting, we've already had the public hearing, we've closed the public hearing, so that part's been taken care of.
Okay, so we don't need to have the public hearing today.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Warren.
I would make a motion to marry lots 1 through 12, deny the request to rezone from R4 High Density Apartment District to C1 Local Commercial District zoning classification, and to change the change to the 2030 Land Use Plan from residential to low density to commercial with property located at 1212 Northwest Arlington Avenue, and require them to submit for a use permitted on review. Is that right? Or
you don't have to.
We can approve the use permitted on review today, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll just approve a use permitted on review.
And we have a motion, a second by Mr. Gill. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Now we're going to, a little bit of a change in the order. We're going to jump to item number 26. Item number 26, consider approving resolution declaring the intent of the City of Lawton to consider a proposed amendment to the amended Downtown Economic Development Project Plan and take action as deemed necessary. Council, what this is about is we've talked about redevelopment on the west side of 2nd Street over to 5th that could involve some neighborhood redevelopment. Also, there have been some discussions about other redevelopment and potential developer incentives to redevelop some other areas and the places that we are putting a lot of houses on the D&D instead of just leaving them there and mowing them every year. The problem is that takes some pretty specified, coming up with incentives for that takes pretty specified experience, and that's where economic development law comes in. So this is just an approval for myself and the city manager to go ahead and start working with the Center for our Economic Development Law to do the calculations and come up with some possible developer incentives for those areas and other areas. It's not limited to the areas, but that's the last one we worked on, so that's the highlighted area. Do you have any questions? Could I get a motion for approval if there are none?
So moved.
Okay, Mr. Gill has made a motion for approval. And did I get a second? Yes. Get a second for Mr. Hampton. Discussion or debate? Any comments? Please vote. Need one more. Motion carries 7-0. That brings us back to item number 23. Hold a public, oh, by the way, we're striking 209 Southwest I, 211 Southwest I, and 311 Southwest I from this agenda item. Hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution declaring the structures located at 215 Northwest Arlington Avenue, 301 Southwest I Avenue, 810 Southwest 4th Street, 908 Northwest 41st Street, 1915 Southwest Douglas Avenue, 2109 Northwest Baltimore Avenue, 2603 Southwest B Avenue to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorize the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. John.
There we go. Yep, there we go. Mayor, Council, how are you all doing today? All right, 215 Northwest Arlington Avenue, which is in Ward 5, has had inactive water since 2019 and a fire date of 1/11/2022. As you can see in the pictures right here, where the inside of the house had an electrical fire that went through it. Unsecured, actually the door frame or the door on the property itself has fallen off, where they've continued to put it back on there. The roof damage on the property as well with the trim damage, siding damage. We posted on the property on 5/9/23. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open it. Did you have a question, Mr. Hampton? Okay. Seeing none, I'll open a public hearing on 215 Northwest Arlington Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council, Mr. Hampton.
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
And Ms. Chapman has made the second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hampton. Uyghur. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman.
And the motion carries. Moves us to 301 Southwest I Avenue. John.
301 Southwest I Avenue is inactive water since 2015. This is actually a side structure that was left during a owner demo back in 2019. We've had multiple complaints of people going in and out of this building. You can see right here the roof on the structure is coming off. That also that little hole right there where they put cinder blocks, trying to get people to not go inside the structure as well. Posted on the property on 5/9/23. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 301 Southwest I Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for coming. And can we get your name and address, please?
My name is San Juanita Garcia.
Ms.
That's my daughter's the owner, and she's not here. She's in California. She just wanted an extension, and we've been having this problem for years. We fix it, and they go break in. We fix it, and they go break in, and it's from across the street.
Okay,
And they
so-
put trash, they do drugs, they do whatever, and they go in there.
So your desire is to fix it up?
No, my desire is to demolish it, to get an extension, if I can get an extension.
Your desire is to demolish it?
Yes,
Okay.
because I don't want nobody to get hurt.
Okay, well, my guess is the council will go ahead and put this on the D&D. I don't know how they'll vote, but my guess is they will. And then you will have 30 business days, that's 6 weeks to get your own demo permit. Is that right, John?
Yes, sir.
And so there's still space in here for you to demo it, okay?
Okay,
You
but I was
just have to
wondering
get
if,
your demo permit in 30 business days, which is 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
Okay?
But I just wanted to see if I can get an extension, because she's in California.
Okay, well, that will be up to the council. Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward on 301 Southwest I Avenue? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on this property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth by the resolution.
We have a motion. Is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hampton. Uyghur. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Motion carries, and that moves us to 810 Southwest 4th Street. John?
810 Southwest 4th Street, inactive water since 2010. As you can see on the front, you actually have ivy growing on the eave of the house, roof damage on the porch, and also on the main structure itself. The chimney on top of this structure is actually falling apart and actually falling onto the roof. Soffit damage, siding damage. This is the side of the garage where there is actually no wall, where they've kind of pieced it together with OSB or plywood to try to get at least some of the critters out, but elements are still being able to get in there to cause more structural damage, more soffit damage, more damage to the back of the property itself. There's actually a hole with no window right here on the left-hand side on the property. It does have a little bit of siding damage. One of the structures, side structures on the property itself as well, is unsecured with a lot of junk and debris inside of it. We posted on the property on 5/9/23. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 810 Southwest 4th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Do you have a second? Mr. Uyghur seconded that. Please call the roll.
Uyghur. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton.
Motion carries, bringing up 908 Northwest 41st Street. John?
All right, 908 Northwest 41st Street, inactive water since 8/5 of '22, and the fire date was actually 6/17 of 2022. As you can see right here, the roof of the structure itself has a big hole inside of it from the fire damage. The garage has a complete mess with junk and debris. We've had multiple complaints on this property with people going in and out of it with it being unsecured. Fire damage on the side of the roof as well. And then this is the backyard of the backside of the structure where it was just a complete loss almost. We posted on the property on 5/9 of 2023. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 908 Northwest 41st Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for coming, and please give us your name and address.
My name is Deborah Lois Butcher, and I live at 3106 Northwest Liberty Avenue. I'm the best friend of the owner, Mr. David Summers, and he's already set aside funds to have the house raised. Right now, the structure inside is good enough that we are finding things like paintings his mother did that he thought were destroyed. And so we are reclaiming items that can be reclaimed. So we're asking for an extension to destroy it, to have it raised. He's already set aside the funds and everything for that.
Okay, so his plan is to have it demoed?
Yes.
Okay, you heard my explanation before. I don't know what the council's going to do, but if they do place it on the D&D, then you will have 30 business days or 6 weeks to pull your own demo permit.
Well, I'm asking for an extension of 4 to 6 months so that we can keep going through, because it took a while for the water to settle.
Okay, the council understands that, and we'll see what they do in a minute, okay?
Yeah.
Did you have a question? Yes, ma'am.
Mike, this is down the street from where I live, as you know. I'm very concerned. I get so many complaints about people coming in and out and kids walking in there, and also the security and the safety of those people walking in there is such a liability. I would hope that you would, I don't know what the council's going to vote, but I would hope that you would go ahead and pull that permit as soon as possible, because it's been there for a long time.
Well, part of the problem has been I'm the only person who can help him. I'm retired. He was not retired from civil service and was not able to go in and do these things until January of this year. And I'm on disability, so sometimes I have to wait a couple of days. We're hoping in the next 60 days to get it all done and finished, and then do the demolition.
Okay, do you have anything else you'd like for us to know? Okay, thank you for coming. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, Council, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? I do have a second. Please vote.
Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur.
Motion carries. Moving us to 1915 Southwest Douglas Avenue. John?
1915 Southwest Douglas Avenue, inactive water since 2016 with a fire date of 11/25 of 2022. As you can see in these pictures right here, it was a complete loss with the fire damage. We posted on the property on 5/9 of 23. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1915 Southwest Douglas Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Council and Mayor, I'd make a motion to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Mr. Uyghur seconds. Please vote.
Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur.
Motion carries, moving us to 2109 Northwest Baltimore Avenue. John.
2109 Northwest Baltimore Avenue, inactive water since 1/13 of 23. We've had multiple complaints on this property with vagrants going in and out of the property, causing damages to this as well. As you can see, there's broken windows. The door on the side has actually been removed from when they tried to seal it up. If you can see right here in between the overgrowth of the trees, there's actually a hole that has been inside of this roof. More roof damage as well. And then siding damage as well on the backside of the house. Parts are missing from the units that are actually connected to the house. Posted on the property on 5/9 of 23. Questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2109 Northwest Baltimore Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Have a motion. Is there a second? Discussion or debate?
I was just going to mention, I got a text just now. That neighborhood has got 3 houses that are burnt recently that were dilapidated structures, and the neighbors have had people going in and out of this one. It's been a real problem. So I would just encourage council to take care of that.
Any other discussion? Please vote.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Warren.
That brings up the last one. Before we do that, can you tell me how many houses we've placed on the D&D and how many are currently under contract to be demoed?
I can get you that answer. As of right now, Mr. Mayor, I do not have that answer for you.
All right, thank you. Moving us to 2603 Southwest B Avenue. John.
Yes, sir. 2603 Southwest B Avenue, inactive water since 2018. Damage on the siding of the property, butt rot to the shingles, damage to the roof. More damage to the siding on the backside of the house, having plants and vines going actually inside of the siding. We posted on the property on 5/9 of 23. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2603 Southwest B Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, Council, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? And Mr. Harris seconds. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Warren. Hankins.
Okay, hold on just a minute, John.
I want to ask him something about this 3. Hey, John, the 3 houses that we took off, it's my understanding that FEMA is going to purchase those. Those are in my ward.
Absolutely.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Can you help us to understand a little bit about those purchases from FEMA? Will the houses come to the city of Lawton, and then when will they? When will they?
Let me have Miss Cynthia Williams come up here and she can explain for you.
I'm just kind of wondering the process. They are troubled houses for that neighborhood, and a lot of complaints, a lot of people going in and out, and a lot of trash over there. It's really pretty bad. So, is there a timeline as to when and how that's going to work to where, when those houses will actually come down?
Well, I'm not sure that you're going to like my answer,
That's fine.
but it is a voluntary property acquisition program through FEMA, and we have applied for the grant. It has passed through OEM, and it is being reviewed currently by FEMA.
Okay.
They've had some turnover. I checked on the status of it yesterday, and they said that they hope to be getting information back to us sooner or later, but it's been slightly delayed because of new employees coming in.
Okay. Yeah, there was a list of houses that I had received, about 10 or so, and supposedly FEMA was making an offer for voluntarily having those houses being purchased, and I guess after they're purchased, the ones that accepted after they're purchased, then at that point, who owns those houses after FEMA purchases them? The city, or does the government?
So we reached out to 38, and 13 responded that they are interested. We have applied for a grant, which we will offer fair market value for the house as if it had never had a disaster happen to it before. And then we will use those federal funds to tear down the house, and then we will deed restrict it, and the city of Lawton will own it, and then no other development can be done in the floodplain.
Okay, so this sounds like this could be a while before we get these houses, these 3 houses actually torn down.
It could be a little bit longer before we hear exactly when the money will be available, but as soon as we get the money, we are ready to move forward with tearing them down.
Okay, thank you for your education there.
Okay, thank you, guys. And that completes item 23. Moves us to item 24. Hold a public hearing to consider a change of zoning from R1 Single Family Dwelling District to C1 Local Commercial District zoning classification, and a change to the 2030 land use plan from residential low density to commercial for the property located at 2122 and 2124 Northwest Arlington Avenue, Lawton, Oklahoma 73507, and if desired, approve an ordinance changing the zoning and a resolution amending the land use plan. Cameron.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. This is a request to rezone the property located at 2122 and 2124 Northwest Arlington. There was a vacant residential structure at the 2124 Northwest Arlington Avenue, which has been demoed. The permit was pulled in October 2022, so both lots are currently vacant. This request is to go to the C1 commercial zoning, which is currently R1. You can see that C1 is to the north, to the west. They have C5 and R3 to the south, and then R1 to the east. The proposed zoning is C1. The current land use plan is residential low density. You have commercial to the north and south with professional office to the west. There is no current construction plans for this. This is a binding site plan though, so the site plan is just blank and would have to come back after the proposed use is submitted and go through the binding amendment to the binding site plan process, which would come back through the CPC and council. There is a OPEG fence screening and tree buffer requirement still, which would be along the east side because of the residential zoning. This was sent to 24 property owners, which within 300 feet on May 1st, and was published in the local constitution on May 7th with no phone calls or letters for or against this. This did go to the City Planning Commission on April 13th, and they made a recommendation to approve this with a vote 5-1.
Okay, council, just to hand it in. As a matter of fact, you just tell them what you.
I was just notifying the mayor, since we have a resolution and an ordinance, if council wants to approve this, it would really take 2 votes, one for the ordinance to read that, and then one for the resolution.
Council. Okay, no questions, so I'll open the public hearing on this item. 2122 and 2124 Northwest Arlington Avenue. Anyone wishing to come forward and speak on this item, please do so at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council. Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, Cameron, I talked to David Denham, chairman of the CPC, about this extensively for that area over there, and I guess this is not the Brahms area. That's right across the street, correct, that Brahms owns?
Yes, sir.
But,
The vacant land to the north is what the property that Brahms owns.
Right, right. And
So-
he was telling me that the depth of these lots being on a main artery like that will actually limit some commercial development that would need to be put in there. But I just want to make sure that we're assured that the constituents had come. And with that said, I move to approve this resolution, this item.
Okay, why don't you give me a motion to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, and read the title only, and we'll deal with that one, then you can make one for the resolution.
So moved.
Is there a second? And Mr. Warren seconds it. Please read the title.
An ordinance changing the zoning classification from existing classification of R1, single-family dwelling district, to C1, local commercial district zoning classification on the tract of land which is hereinafter more particularly described in section 1 hereof, authorizing changes to be made upon the official zoning map in accordance with this ordinance.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. And now if you'll make a motion for the resolution, Mr. Hampton.
I move to approve the resolution, and we need to read it, I guess. No.
Is there
I
a
just move to
second?
approve the resolution.
Is there a second? Mr. Harris seconds. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Moving us to item 25, receive a presentation from IMS Infrastructure Management Service, LLC, on the outcomes and recommendations on the Lawton Pavement Management Project, project number EN 2103. Larry.
Mayor and Council, Public Works and Engineering has been working with IMS to complete a pavement evaluation analysis for our city streets. And we have Kurt Kiefer with IMS here today to go through their final report findings and recommendations.
Thank you, Larry. Perfect.
I like that pen you have on, by the way.
Oh, I wore it special. Every day. Perfect. So I guess I'm just waiting for the presentation to be put up. Okay, great.
We've all been very excited about getting this presentation, so lots of anticipation here. Hope you tell us what we want to hear. Go.
Oh, ouch. Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me the opportunity to present our findings today. My name is Kurt Kiefer. I'm president of IMS Infrastructure Management Services, and I've been working with Joe Painter, Larry, Shivani, and Cliff on this project over the last better part, a little bit more than a year now. So today I'd like to go through the agenda shown here. I'll start with an overview of the city's current pavement conditions based off of our findings. And then I'd like to jump into the pavement management process and what we're attempting to do by implementing a pavement management system for the city. A little bit. Is this better? A little bit better. Okay. Okay. Perfect. So I'll begin with an overview of the city's current pavement conditions based off of the survey that we performed last year, and then speak to the pavement management process, what we're attempting to accomplish with the pavement management and the pavement management system that we implemented for the city as part of this process, as part of this project. I'll then also discuss the method that was employed for assessing the pavement, for assessing the city's pavements,
and the technologies that we deployed for doing that survey. I'll then dive into some very representative, tangible roadway conditions that will help kind of calibrate everybody regarding what different pavement conditions mean with some photographs of roads. And then I'll dive into the analyses and recommendations that we performed and have as a result of this project. So as far as the city's pavement conditions stand today, we implemented the ASTM, it's the American Society of Testing Materials, Pavement Condition Index standard for assessing the city's roadways. The standard was developed by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and it's the most widely used standard in the United States, if not around the world, for assessing pavement conditions. The PCI is based on a scale of 0 to 100, with 100 indicating a perfect pavement that's brand new, no distress, no deterioration whatsoever, down to a 0, which indicates a failed pavement that needs to be completely reconstructed. One thing to note is that pavements with a pavement condition index score less than or equal to 40 typically require reconstruction anyway, more significant rehabilitation activities, and that's what we call the backlog of pavement conditions. So here's a distribution showing the conditions of the city's roadways that we found. We can see that the city owns approximately 504 centerline miles of roadways. The average pavement condition index score for the entire network, the average score was found to be 57, okay, and that is basically in fair condition according to the ASTM scale. We found a backlog of approximately 19%, meaning 19% of the city's roadways have a pavement condition index score equal to or less than 40 and are in need of significant rehabilitation, reconstruction. Based off of IMS's experience performing these types of surveys across the United States, we found that the average pavement condition index score for the agencies that we've worked with is around a 65 compared to the city's 57 that we found. The average backlog that we found in projects, in similar projects that we worked on for other agencies, is around 9% versus the city's 19%. So the pie chart here is showing that approximately 44% of the city's roadways have a pavement condition index score that's good, fair, very good, or excellent, and then 56% fair, marginal, poor, or very poor. The pavements that are in good condition require preventive maintenance, such as crack sealing, to maintain them in good condition. Pavements that are in fair condition might require something such as microsurfacing, and pavements that are in marginal, poor, or very poor condition require mill and overlay or complete reconstruction. So that's the distribution that we found of the city's pavements. And here we just show an example. We actually inspected every single segment of roadway block to block. We can see a zoom in. It's part of Ward 5. But you can see on that map shown here that there are quite a few roads that are in marginal, poor, or very poor condition shown. The pavement management process, generally speaking, is an effort to optimize limited funding. What we're trying to do is we're avoiding a worst first approach to pavement management. We're not recommending that you go out and fix all of the pavements that are in terrible condition right away. What we're instead trying to do is prioritize roadways that are in good, very good, and excellent condition, apply preventive maintenance, such as crack sealing, which the city is currently doing. And the city is doing some really great work on the preventive maintenance already. We're trying to apply the right treatment to the right pavement at the right time. It's much more cost effective to keep roadways in good condition than to allow them to fail and then have to reconstruct them. Preventive maintenance shown here, and these are actual city numbers that we've worked with, approximately $4.80 per square yard for preventive maintenance, preservation activities versus $225 per square yard to reconstruct a roadway. So it's significantly more expensive for reconstruction. So preventive maintenance, kind of like changing the oil in your car, is very, very important. When implementing a pavement management system and a pavement management process, and again, this is the first time the city has done a comprehensive pavement condition survey, an objective pavement condition survey, and the first time the city has had a pavement management system in place. The idea is to assess the condition of the city's roadways on a regular basis, every 5 years or so, assess how the pavements are deteriorating, determine whether or not the rehabilitation activities, preventive maintenance, microsurfacing, resurfacing, mill and overlays, or reconstruction, whether or not they're having the return on investment or the life that you would expect out of those treatments. Are they actually performing the way that you think they are? And then adjust your maintenance and rehabilitation practices based off of the data that you get. It's a loop. It's a continuous feedback loop that will go on indefinitely and will change as products change and rehabilitation activities change. So the pavement condition survey that we performed was done with two systems. We deployed a laser crack measurement system for doing a 3D scan of the city's roadways. With that information, we were able to detect cracking, rutting, bumpiness, the roughness of the road, how much coffee you're going to spill on yourself on your way to the office. We're able to capture that from the surface scanning. We then analyze the images that we captured from the surface scan, and these images up here show the cracking, the different types of cracking that we're able to pull from that imagery, and we feed that information into the ASTM PCI standard to calculate a score for each individual roadway throughout the city. Okay, so that's the methodology. We also deployed a falling weight deflectometer, an FWD, to assess the load carrying capacity of the city's arterial and collector roads. This determines whether or not, when we see a bunch of cracking on the surface of a pavement, is that cracking superficial, or does it reflect failure of the substructure of the pavement? Pavements are not just asphalt on the surface, they're a whole structure that consists of asphalt or concrete, crushed rock, and compacted subgrade. So we used the FWD to assess the structural capacity, load carrying capacity of the roads. Here are some representative conditions for various roads throughout the city. We can see that Oak Cliff Avenue, that was reconstructed recently, has a PCI score almost 100, 99. Just a few little cracks out there, and concrete, by the way, is designed to crack. I don't want to get into details on that, but that's an excellent roadway. We have West Gore Boulevard, which I believe was resurfaced approximately 10 years ago. It has a PCI score of 75, and that's in very good condition. That road right there is a candidate for crack sealing, and Cliff and his team have that scheduled for crack sealing this summer. So that's one roadway that's a candidate for preventive maintenance. We have West Gore Boulevard, another section of that, PCI score of 66, another candidate for preventive maintenance. And again, this road is programmed for crack sealing this summer. Here we have Northwest Sheridan Road. This is a concrete roadway, and you can see that some of the panels on this roadway are cracked, but these cracks were sealed back in 2022. So again, the city is being proactive with crack sealing, and with the limited funding that the teams have, they are implementing preventive maintenance on the correct roadways. Here we can see Southwest Garfield Avenue. This roadway has a PCI score of 45, putting it in that marginal category, and this is a candidate for either mill and overlay or reconstruction. And then we have our last example here. This is Southwest East Avenue. This has a PCI of 25, and you can see the concrete panels here are completely what we call shattered or divided. And that roadway is definitely a candidate for reconstruction. So the analysis and planning that we did as part of this project was after we collected all the condition data, we did analysis and planning. And it consisted of evaluating different funding scenarios. We looked at the city's current funding level and looked out 5 years. What is the impact of the city's $17.4 million a year budget, and what pavement condition score is that going to result in 5 years from now, and what backlog will that result in? And again, these aren't exact numbers. This is based off of a snapshot in time, one pavement condition survey, and then deterioration trends that are representative of other agencies that we've worked with in the area. So 5 years from now, when the survey is repeated, some of these scores and values will be adjusted. So we evaluated the city's current funding level, what would be required to maintain the city's existing PCI value and backlog, and we also, just out of curiosity, ran an analysis to see what would be required to fix everything in the city. And again, these analyses, I want to point out, once again, we're not applying a worst first approach. We're applying a preventive maintenance approach and then distributing funding for reconstruction based off of functional classification and priorities that the city has. So in developing the analyses, we work closely with the city's engineering team to identify current M&R practices, maintenance and rehabilitation practices, what works, what doesn't work, what are local unit costs, how much does it cost to do different activities, what priorities the city has. And then we basically customized the pavement management system, which is a software package called Easy Street Analysis, and then ran several different funding levels to see what the results were. And here we can see the impact of different funding levels on the city's roadway network. The bottom curve here, the green line at the bottom, or second from the bottom, is Lawton's current budget. It's the $17.4 million spent annually over the next 5 years. The city's current PCI is 57. Okay, today it's 57, and the backlog is 19%. We're forecasting with the $17.4 million per year, we'll be seeing approximately a 5-point decrease in the PCI score from 57 to 52, and a backlog increase of approximately 12%, from 19% up to 31%. And that's with the city's $17.4 million a year funding level. And it's important to note that the city hasn't always been spending $17.4 million a year. This is a healthy budget, but it's basically the pavement condition scores and the conditions of the city's network. That's, half a century worth of maintenance and rehabilitation activities that could be said to be, underfunded for a long period of time. So the city's using this money to, try to improve things moving forward. In order to maintain the current backlog, we have the hash line, the red line up at the top. We're looking at a budget of approximately $53 million per year. And that will result in an increase in PCI from 57 to 62, and the backlog will be held at 19%. So that's keeping the backlog static at 19%. We're looking at about $53 million per year. If we just want to keep the PCI, the Pavement Condition Index score, the same, which is 57, we ran an analysis that shows about $36 million per year is required for that. And even though the PCI will stay the same, again, that's the average network PCI, the backlog will increase from 19 to 24%, so a 5% increase in the backlog, even though the PCI score is maintained. Okay, so Pavement Condition Index score and backlog are correlated but somewhat independent. And then the fix-all budget, we're looking at, in order to fix everything over the next 5 years, and I understand that this is a big number, basically $495 million over the next 5 years to basically fix all of the unfunded needs currently, at $500 million to fix everything over the next 5 years. And if nothing is done for the city, if no funding at all is put in and the roadways are just let to deteriorate on their own, we're basically looking at a decrease of PCI from 57 to 49 and a backlog increase from 19 to 34%, basically a 15% increase in the backlog if nothing is done. Okay. So here's the forecast for basically a graph showing the distribution of pavement conditions today, shown in red, right? I should say at the time of inspection, shown in red, versus 5 years from now with the city's current funding level of $17.4 million. So we can see that the red distribution right now, compared to the blue distribution, in good and very good, we see that there's several pavements, a higher percentage in good and very good today. And 5 years from now, we'd be anticipating a decrease in the percentage of pavements in that condition and an increase overall in the condition of the roadways that are in poor condition, approximately going from 15% today to 24, 25% 5 years out. So there'll be a shift from good, very good pavements to poor over the next 5 years, and to very poor as well. We see almost a 7-point increase there. So recommendations from this study, just summarized it already. The city's current funding level of $17.4 million is forecast to result in a decrease in PCI from 57 to 52, and an increase in the backlog from 19% to 31%. Okay, again, I want to reiterate, this is based off of one survey, and deterioration curves that were derived from agencies nearby in Oklahoma and surrounding agencies. So these forecasts will change over time as more data is collected and entered into the pavement management system. A $35 million per year steady state PCI budget will actually maintain the city's current PCI value at 57. I think long-term, a goal perhaps for the city to consider is striving to move more toward a national average right around 65, realizing that that's going to require significant additional funding, but that is a goal that the city may consider moving toward and setting, and also getting that backlog reduced from 19% down to 9%. I can't iterate enough how important it is to keep good pavements in good condition. The impact of pavement preservation is critical. Sealing up cracks, making sure that water and moisture is not getting into the base of the pavements is extremely important. Water is the only material that does what when it freezes? It expands. And so freeze-thaw cycling, water gets into the pavement, it freezes, expands, tears the pavement apart. It's a cancer within the pavement. So it's important to keep water out of the pavement structure. Preventive maintenance is an effective way of doing that. And then, of course, this is the first survey that the city has done, so repeating a condition survey every 5 years or so to assess the progress that the city is making with maintenance and rehabilitation activities, as well as the deterioration trends that the city is seeing, is definitely critical in maintaining the pavement management system moving forward. So with that, I conclude and open it up.
So what is this 17.4 million includes our maintenance budget and operating budget, plus the money that we're spending in our CIP and our ad valorem, is that correct?
That's correct. So the Propel, CIP, the ad valorem, and the city's maintenance, the operations budget is included in that.
And we're spending 17.4, and can you go back to that chart with all the lines?
Sure.
That one right there. We need to be spending at least 52 million to be making improvements, slight improvements.
52 million would be required to maintain the current backlog. So that would just be a steady state backlog. It's not,
Which is already 10.
Which is 19%.
19% versus 9%.
Yeah, the national average, our experience is around 9%. So the city's at 19. So 52 would do two things. It would maintain the 19% backlog, so you wouldn't be increasing the number of roads that require reconstruction, but you would also be increasing the PCI value from 57 to 62. So the overall condition of the network would be improving as well, while you'd be holding your backlog steady. A backlog is kind of like the inheritance that you're passing forward. It's all of the unfunded, or the negative inheritance.
How would you rate our preventive maintenance program right now?
From what I've seen, the preventive maintenance program has been applied correctly to the roadways that are in good condition. And recently, my understanding is that for a period of time, there was not an active preventive maintenance program, but in the last few years, the city has re-implemented crack sealing. And the crack sealing work that we've done is definitely being applied to the right roadways. And the work that's being scheduled for this summer that I've seen is being applied to the correct roadways. So I think that that could always be expanded, but currently.
So to save and extend the life of whatever's above that 19%.
Correct.
We need to be more aggressive at preventive maintenance.
That will help preserve the condition of the roadways so that the rate of deterioration of the roads will slow, so they'll stay in good condition longer. And the research is inconclusive on this, but typically a preventive maintenance program applied correctly and routinely. Crack sealing is done on a every year, every 2 year, maybe every 2 to 3 year basis, depending on the performance of the crack seal. Unfortunately, we do have winters here. So snow plows take off some of the crack seal. So you have to reapply that on a routine basis. But applying that type of crack sealing on a routine basis can extend the life of the pavement 5 to 8 years, as long as you're keeping the moisture out of the base. So that does slow the deterioration and buys you more time on the back end.
Mm-hmm. You got any ideas how we get there from 17 million to 50-some million?
There are a bunch of casinos nearby.
Typical,
No.
What is typical for another Oklahoma city? What is typical in their budget? Like, I'm not sure what % our street maintenance budget is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're about 130 million total, I think, counting our ad valorem. Is that about right? And we're spending 17 million.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that compare to other cities in Oklahoma?
I don't know off the top of my head that figure, but I can do some research and I'd be happy to present that and get some research back to you with some actual numbers. We'd work with several agencies up here, and I can pull those numbers for you.
Your report is going to make recommendations to us based on not the worst first, but what?
Well, it's a combination of the preventive maintenance as well as what we call the deferred cost. So it's when we run the analysis, we're basically looking at the condition of each roadway and the state that roadway is in and the recommended rehabilitation at that state for the roadway. So let's say that we're looking at a roadway that has a pavement condition index score of 56, okay? Actually, let me show an example here. Boom, 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 boom. We will, if the roadway is in a condition, so up here, if we have a roadway that, say, is in good condition, that has a PCI score of, say, 66, we may not recommend, actually, we won't recommend that anything be done to it because it still has a few years before it drops into the fair state, which would require more work being done. However, if the roadway has a pavement condition index score of 64, just below, that will be triggered for preventive maintenance because it will deteriorate into the next state over the next cycle. So we're trying to optimize the application of preventive maintenance, microsurfacing, mill and overlays, and reconstruction based off of the forecasted deterioration of that road. And then we're basically prioritizing those based off of functional classification and available budget.
Okay. Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. In the whole process of making a plan to pull us out of this and bring us to a point to where things are manageable, you know, some roads, I guess, get a lot of traffic, some roads get less traffic. And as you, I know main arteries are probably always at the top of the list. But, you know, I know in Ward 5, and I'm sure in other wards, there's like shortcuts that people take all the time through those neighborhoods. And those get a lot of volume of traffic. And in the process of making this plan, do you guys take into consideration traffic flow and the number of vehicles that go across that? 18-wheelers, heavy-duty trucks and whatnot going over some routes like Lee Boulevard. I mean, we're going to get a lot more deterioration quicker on those kind of roads just from the amount of traffic and the weight. And are those variables considered in making that plan?
To answer your question, yes, regarding the functional classification. So arterials and collectors are prioritized at a higher level. Why? Because, of course, more people are traveling those roadways, so those receive a higher priority. To your subtler point about the cheating routes or where people are evading, we don't have those classified in the system currently. So those are not being treated differently than just local roads. So we don't have a functional or a special designation for those roads in the current analysis.
Thank you, Kurt. This is outstanding information. So 2 questions. One, have you taken into account the roads that we already have planned for redoing?
Yes, those are actually included in the plan. So we've literally put those in as what we call forced work. And the budgets associated with those projects were included in the analysis. And so our analysis assumed that those are fixed, that work is going to happen. And then the remaining funds, the remaining budget was applied around those roads.
So what we're looking at is above and beyond what we've already planned.
Correct.
The numbers, okay.
Yep.
And number 2.
What you've already planned is included in there.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So and the second question I have, it's kind of what Councilman Hampton brought up, is the roads through neighborhoods are not designed to have the heavy traffic, and therefore they're not as durable, et cetera. Do Did you take into account our traffic control devices or anything in as far as maximizing the use of our main roads, or is that not a relevant question for what you looked at?
Traffic control devices.
One of the reasons people cheat is because they get to a stoplight and they got to wait 2 minutes, and so they go, oh, I'll just take this other street. And so my thinking is, even though we can't widen our streets, if we modernize our traffic control, there'd be more traffic on the roads that can take that kind of load, and less traffic through the neighborhoods that cannot take that kind of roads.
That's an interesting question, but that was not part of the scope of this survey.
Mr. Warren?
And just a request, I think, when you're checking on the percentage with your other clients, could you add another little column there and find out where they get that money? Do they get that from sales tax or ad valorem?
Sure.
Mr. Gill?
Just a couple of questions. Are you still
Sure.
looking something up?
No, just making notes.
You kind of hit around what I'm going to ask, but the first one was this fix, which was $495 million. That's if we did everything. That will take a period of time to do, of course. Like, it'll probably take the full 5 years. So do we have an account figured in there for the deterioration and all we're going to get during that time? Or is this in optimum conditions?
So it's a good question. So the fix-all budget is based off of the existing conditions right now.
Right.
And so so believe it or not, the analysis goes through every single block in the city's network, rehabilitates it, and then deteriorates it moving forward. So we are forecasting the deterioration of all of those rehabilitated roadways.
So
over the
those
5
roads
years.
4 years from now, it's going to be a different story actually than it is now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Well, it would allow you to spend all of your money on preventive maintenance,
Right.
and you wouldn't be doing any reconstruction.
It's just going to be a catch-up situation.
Yeah.
Okay, the other question, and you touched on this with the crack sealant. I heard you make a comment that would extend 7 or 8 years of road. Having said that, what grade would you give off of your charts, the grade that you give these different roads, what grade would we be using to consider crack sealant?
Pavement condition score above 60. So if the roadway has a pavement condition index score above 60 and is exhibiting longitudinal and transverse cracking and no structural damage, meaning no localized failure or anything like that, basically just cracking on the surface.
So you could apply this process and expect to get 7 or 8 years out of that road by just doing that.
If it's repeated at a routine basis, on a routine basis, it can be between 5 to 8 years increase over
Right.
the life of the pavement, and that's critical. It's not, so if we have a pavement that was designed properly and constructed properly for, let's say, a 25-year design life, and then you apply preventive maintenance
So you're gonna be
routinely through that,
catching up-
you're
You're going to be
seeing-
catching up severely on these roads that we apply this to.
Yeah,
I
it's-
just haven't had good luck using that, and that's why I want to know why.
Sure.
I see a lot of money spent for crack sealant, and it really does very little good, so I'm open for correction.
There are agencies that don't do crack sealing. Minnesota, up north, just because the snow plows destroy the crack sealing so much, they're not able to keep up resealing. So if you do find that crack sealing isn't necessarily as effective here, there could be easily a course correction on that. But it needs to be assessed. The performance of crack sealing needs to be assessed to determine where it can be
Right.
applied effectively.
Okay, I was hoping you'd tell me there's a new process that's come out.
If anyone tries to sell you that, be suspicious.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Mr. Hampton?
Yes, just one more question from me. We're talking right now about getting us up to a point where we've got our roads maintained. Do you do numbers for the future as to what the cost is to maintain these roads? And I guess there's some type of plan that you would need to do if the longevity of the road is like 8 years or whatever that may be. Is there numbers that we'll get?
We can do an analysis like that, but understand that it's kind of looking into a crystal ball. And it's more high-level numbers. The deterioration, again, we've only done one survey, and so our deterioration curves would necessarily need to be honed in a little bit better on that. But we can do a back-of-the-envelope calculation, like a replace all type of calculation, and then, how long are the roadways going to last? And if the city were to commit to a preventive maintenance program, what the deterioration rates would be, and then figure out approximately how much of the budget should be spent each year.
So you do the preventative maintenance plan, you'll do a preventative maintenance plan, but you have to do more surveys, is that what you said?
To understand exactly the optimal timing of the preventive maintenance, it'd be good to have more data. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's beyond what you're talking about now, which is to get our roads up to par, right?
Right. What we're talking about now is the funding level needed to increase the PCI score or to level or to keep the backlog static. So the performance then, I guess, for determining the proper application and the frequency of the preventive maintenance, that will come with time.
Okay.
And now that the city's recommitted to doing that type of work, internally, staff will have a good idea of whether or not it's performing when they go out and look at the roads after winter.
Yeah, you worked with other cities doing these preventative maintenance plans?
We do the preventive maintenance recommendations, yes.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yep.
So our preventive maintenance program, how would you rate it? Is there ways to catch up? Because what we do have available is some funds that we could accelerate to get more preventive maintenance done sooner, to get caught up. Are we behind? My impression is we are.
Yeah, I would say that I don't have a number or a percentage of the network that's behind that I can tell you specifically, like how far behind the city is with that. But we can look at the numbers and get an assessment of how much preventive maintenance still needs to be done from the analysis that we did. And that would provide an indication of perhaps the amount of preventive maintenance that would need to be done now, immediately. If we do an unconstrained analysis, basically saying unlimited dollars, how much should be spent to preventive maintenance? We could run an analysis like that. I think
would
that would
like
answer
to
your
know
question. Okay.
All right. Council, do you have other questions? Staff, any questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let's take a 7-minute break. 7. Okay, break is over, and we resume. Item number 27, consider approving change order number 5 for the Gore Boulevard water line and sewer line reconstruction, 82nd Street to 67th Street project, project number EN 1208. Shivani.
Thank you. I'm here because Joe couldn't be here. So this is a agenda item to approve change order number 5 for Gore Boulevard water line and sewer line project. So during the construction, we noticed that one of the manholes was in really bad shape and needed to be replaced. So this agenda item is kind of to give contractor additional time so that he can go ahead and replace the manhole and do some trenching of the exist. Is that better? Okay. So this change order, this agenda item is to approve the change order number 5 so that we can give additional time to the contractor to go ahead and complete the work and increase the contract amount by $11,120.
Questions? Motions? Motion for approvals or second? Second. Do you have a second by Mr. Weaker? Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item number 28, discuss the future of Central Fire Station and the ad valorem CIP funds currently dedicated toward the renovation of the station, and direct the city manager to have staff prepare an agenda item to facilitate the council's desire to be presented at the next regularly scheduled council meeting. Brent.
Yes, sir. Mayor and council, I am Brent Baggett. I'm the Deputy Fire Chief of the Fire Department, filling in for Jared while he's at the National Fire Academy. I'm here today to just visit with you about Central Fire Station and see if you have any questions directly before I give you a brief history.
Okay, this is Mr. Hampton's item. I'm going to let him ask questions. I'm sorry, Mr. Warren.
Yes, sir.
I don't know that I actually have any questions before, unless maybe you can tell me how many offices it is that you would be planning on moving to Central eventually.
Sure. So I'll give you a quick brief history here. So
Brent, I'm going to get you closer to that mic
Yes, sir.
somehow, okay? I
Okay.
don't know if you need to pull it closer.
How about that
to-
right there?
That's great.
Okay. So right now at Central Fire Station, we have all of our admin facilities there as far as Jared, the fire chief, Chief Williams, myself, our assistant chief, and we have 2 admin assistants that are in that facility. What we are looking at going to in the near future, if we can, is we'd like to bring the fire marshal's office down to us, the prevention folks. So we would have the fire marshal, the deputy fire marshal, and the assistants that are over there. We currently have 4 assistants in those positions, and we're waiting to fill some of those as well. What we would like to look at is trying to move those offices upstairs into the old dorm facility. And that's what we've reached out to Guernsey for on that council item that was approved back in April, the agenda item that was there for them to come in and build a plan for us to see what that would look like. One other thing, we are storing some special operations stuff downstairs on the old apparatus bay. We don't have any fire trucks per se that we're using out of the facility right now, but we are storing a couple of our boats that we use for special operations, and we also have a reserve brush truck. During the day, Monday through Friday, while we're there in the facility, we have our shift supervisors, an assistant chief and a major that come over to the facility, and they work through their day with us there Monday through Friday while we're there. So they technically respond out of there in the mornings and in the afternoons while they're there, but for the most part, there's no responses made out of that station. So admin facilities and then storage is the big facility uses that we have right now.
Mr. Warren.
Council, I guess my point in bringing this up was, at one point, back in the old days, when we first started discussing fire stations and what we were going to do and what was going to be where, the idea was to put all the offices in this building. That way we had one-stop shopping. We would have fire marshals and such right here in this building where they're close proximity to license permits. And I'm concerned for two reasons. One is I don't see us saving any money by doing this, and that's kind of what I want to do in all that we do is see if we can save money. But I also am really concerned about the cost and the cost overruns that we're going to see if we move into construction. I mean, you all know, I don't know what the numbers are. I guess Guernsey's still looking at the plan, so we really don't know what the number would be. But if we use the whole $865,000 or 800 and whatever it is, we know it's going to be $1.2 million before it's finished, because nothing comes in as the budget. So then we get into that deal of, well, we're in for a penny, in for a pound, and once you start, you can't stop. And if the space is available in this building, I would much rather see us spend money to put everything in one place than to continue to spread our footprint out. The footprint, I think, is a big deal, not just because the citizens get one-stop shopping, but we lessen our utility bills, we lessen all of those things. I just think it's important for the council to think about this before we get too far down the road. You know, as far as what to do with the money, I think that is up to the council and ultimately up to the citizens. I would be okay with doing whatever we could do with it as far as it served public safety. But that's just kind of my thoughts at the top.
Mr. Harris.
So I toured this last week, and it was explained to me, and Britton, you correct me if I'm wrong, but we will save some money because we'll be moving everything out of 17th and Lee, right? So and then someone else wants that building, so we'll repurpose that to somebody else, but we will no longer be responsible for that money as well.
Correct, yes. There is a plan in place for an agency to come into that facility there at 17th and Lee, so we will reduce our footprint by one full building there, and we'll have all of the fire department facilities there. We've already moved our training offices. They split time between the technology center when we have new academies, and they are serving in the upstairs portion there at Central Fire Station as well. So they're kind of in both places depending on what we have going as far as academies or just their admin facility work when they're when we don't have an academy in place.
And this is a historic building. It's already on the National Historic Register, correct?
Correct, yeah.
And
Yeah,
so
the building was built in 1930, served as a Central Fire Station, Station 1 from 1930 to 2021. It's my understanding that when this initially started was in the 2012 CIP. The process was, almost 11 years ago, was to expand Central, and this was before the public safety was an item. And then in 15, it moved to, we had some money allocated for Station 8 and for Central Fire Station, some renovations and some expansions. At one point, there was $5 million allotted for some of this project. When Station 1 moved to the public safety facility, we initially had some admin space over there. It's my understanding that was cut somewhere along the way, and we were allotted the funds that we have now to increase or remodel our admin building to what it is or what we're looking forward to going to today. So a lot of iterations is how we got here, 11 years, multiple CIP changes over the years. We have continuously used this building since 1930. I think maybe Lincoln Elementary, I looked today, was built in 1922. So we're, two of the oldest continually used buildings, and there's something to be said for that. So we'll move forward the best way we can. We are short of storage space as well. we're housing items inside Central Fire Station because we don't have anywhere to store anything. We're using the old Fire Station 2 on the airport property to store reserve apparatus. So if we were to move away from this facility, we would be in dire straits for where we house some of our equipment.
And to follow up on that, so we're going to maintain the bays as they are, right? There will be no office space in the bays. And
Correct, that's my
therefore,
understanding.
whatever the airport decides to do with the airport fire station, they may need that space to house out of temporarily at some point in the future depending on what happens with the airport fire station, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gill.
Oh, okay.
I can hear you. I don't know if anybody else can.
There we go. I thought when we originally did the new building, the new public service building, that we had, or the public safety building,
Sir?
I thought we had enough room on the second floor to house all of the fire department and all of the police department, and that was going to take care of a lot of future problems. And I must admit, I haven't been up there since it's been built, so I'm not aware what's up there, but the last I heard, there wasn't a lot up there. Is this not the case now, or have we changed?
So my understanding was the third floor is where all the admin facilities take place for PD, and we had a spot at a certain amount of time in that planning process to have a third floor for our admin offices to go over there. Through cost value engineering and overruns and budget constraints, that part was cut out of the public safety facility. On the second floor that right now we do have the dorms on the fire department side. As you come back into the public safety facility where it joins, we have some joint training areas, we have a workout facility, and then some locker rooms for the PD area. To my knowledge, I don't know of anything that we could repurpose in there. I know we do a lot of citywide training. I know we use those training areas extensively for things we do, training that the PD department uses as well.
Okay, I just have several thoughts and concerns, and I won't bore everyone right now with them. If we have that much surplus equipment, that's probably something we need to look at. We have so many different buildings. I had envisioned the fact that the downtown Central Fire Station, and I'm really grateful that it has been put on the National Historical Society, and that's great. I had visions of possibly taking that building and selling it to someone to put in offices and help flourish the downtown area with more retail offices or whatever, and then make room in different places, some way or the other, to do fire training and all the other offices. So this is just something I'll have to look at. It may not even be feasible. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to extend an invitation sometime next week when Chief Williams is back. He's at the National Fire Academy, which is an honor in itself to go and do training there. But I'd like to extend an invitation to everyone to come down and see what it is we have, what it is we're taking care of, and what it is we think we're planning on doing. We're not the architects, but we have a good idea of what that would look like. Hopefully, through some of the renderings we get back from Guernsey, we'll be able to take the building back to some form of an original standard. There's some windows that need to go back in on the west side. I've never seen the building in its original standpoint. I had a couple meetings with Joe Painter, and we pulled the original blueprints from the 30s out. So that's some of the stuff that we've had with Guernsey, but if there's a way that we can coordinate a meeting and we can do it all across the week or anytime anyone has any time to come down and look at what we have.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would be amiss not to mention that it is on the historical, National Historic Registry, and the Cultural Preservation Committee is assigned with the duty, which I'm a part of, is assigned with the duty of making sure that we maintain those buildings that are historical in nature, especially ones on the National Registry, and I think there's a certain responsibility to the building. I do understand Councilman Warren's one-stop shop kind of idea, which does make a lot of sense. But I think I've toured that building before, and the sewers are outdated. There's other things that are outdated that are main structure things in that building. Is that correct?
Our plan is to upgrade some of the bathroom facilities and then put in offices. We're looking at having a meeting space downstairs for any public that needs to come for plan review. There's discussion of having plan review over here as well. But that's the main point behind what we're looking at.
Yep.
is bathroom upgrades and then just bringing in and framing out some of the
But
offices.
we're not sure of the actual structure of this, whether the building has real sound structure throughout. And I guess part of that Guernsey plan, they were going to probably look at the actual physical structure of that building.
Yes, sir.
To make sure that it doesn't fall down, or
That's my
walls
understanding, yes,
that are crumbling and that sort of thing. And those are the things that are part of this that I think that at some point we as a council are going to have to get some funding to make sure that we maintain that. I'm not sure the feasibility of what George said. Maybe the building can be sold. I don't know. But at this point today, I think that our committee was excited for the fact that indeed they were going to put a little bit of money in there to ensure that the structure of the building was sound and that it would not deteriorate to a point to where it can't be used at all. And that's what I really want to weigh in on. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Warren.
Yeah, I wouldn't want anybody to misunderstand. I think that building needs to be preserved. I think that, and I don't have a problem spending some or all of that money to make sure that building is sound. I just have issue with the footprint and trying to get everybody in one place. There's so much history. I mean, we may need to look at this again, as Mr. Gill said, because there's so much history here. We used to own, we still own a piece of property next door. We used to own a building next door until we allowed the roof to get a hole in it and not be repaired, and then the building was filled with mold and was worthless, and then we had to tear it down. So probably one of the most expensive lots in downtown Lawton. I would like to see the building given to someone that will take care of it historically, whether that's the McMahon Authority, like we've done with the old library and the armory, something of that nature. And like I said, I don't have a problem spending the money to fix it up. I would just like us to look at trying to get our footprint under control and to provide as much one-stop shopping. We own this building now, and we need to take care of it. And the way we take care of it is making sure that it gets used and used to the best that we can for the citizens of Lawton.
Mr. Gill.
I'm so used to doing that. I'd like to say one thing just for Alan and everyone else concerned. I'm very familiar with that building. Matter of fact, I spent several nights sleeping in there at one time. So having said that and looked at it again recently, that building is at one time, I was homeless. That building, from an engineering standpoint, I think that we will find that it's very substantial. And also another thing, just so everyone will know, that building is designed in such a manner, probably not intentionally at the time, but because of the way it's built, it would be a easy building to change plumbing and to do electrical. If in fact we ever did remodel the upstairs area, I think the plan overall, regardless of what happens to those bays where the trucks sit, stay the same. But that building has a lot of flexibility. And it's a great building, very, very substantially built. Thank you.
Okay, so I have also heard, and I was actually surprised to hear that the fire marshal was moving into that building because it was, and I just heard that in the last week or so. It was my understanding the fire marshal was moving into this building, but fire chief administration was moving into that building. But it does bring up the fact of, are we fully utilizing this building when it's done?
So, Mayor and Council, having been intricately involved in all of these discussions as it's happened, in 2012, when that CIP was passed, it was to add a bay and office space to bring the fire marshals to Central Fire Station. The additional bay was going to house the ladder truck, which at the time we had there were voids under the floor. We did have architectural engineers come in, evaluate the building, and that building, Mr. Gill, you're exactly correct, is very well made and very structurally sound. What we ended up running into was there was not enough funding to do what we needed to do. So the 2015 CIP incorporated more funding to reconstruct and or expand that station. It was eventually decided we would build the public safety facility, and at the point in time where we were into that project, they needed another $1.5 million, which cut the third floor administrative floor off. In exchange for that, we had this money, this ad valorem funding that was attached to Central Fire Station. And the agreement was made, if we cut that administrative floor off, we could use that funding to do the renovations that we needed to just do the office spaces to bring the fire marshals and the rest of the admin down there. If we had done an expansion of the building per se by adding a bunch of bays onto it and stuff, we would have been over the 50% remodel, which would require us to bring it up to the seismic standards. And the engineers told us we'd had to essentially build a building inside of a building. That was not feasible, and it was going to change the whole footprint. But what we could do was construct the office space in there as they've been working on. We did run into some roadblocks along the way, but the office spaces were supposed to go in on the third floor, and that's what they're looking at doing. They've already begun that process. We did evaluate this facility where we're at now with the thought process of maybe moving the fire marshals in here. It was never discussed about bringing the chief's office over here, other than as of late when we looked at it, there was no space. There was not enough space to accommodate all of the fire administrative staff, which is why we settled on doing the renovations, using that funding to build out the third floor and make those offices and try to retain the original look of that facility. Because it's on the historical register, we can't change the facade or any of the exterior, and all of that stuff had to stay the same. So, and the other piece of that was, as long as we continue to use it as a fire station per se, and we still make emergency calls out of there with our chief officers, and we didn't have to worry about some of those other requirements. So if you change those things, it changes a lot of variables. But it's my understanding that they've already met with a construction company early on and got a quote. It was well under the $700,000 to do the build out. Now, I don't know exactly what all it entailed, but I do know that they've been working on this for some time.
So when was that placed on the National Registry?
15?
Yeah, in between 15 and 20. No, that's a 5-year window, but I believe it's probably 15 to 17.
Because I noticed you said you can't change something, but in 2012, we voted to expand that building.
Correct.
At the same time that we were applying for
No.
National Registry?
No. That was the application for the National Registry came after that. After it was decided that we were going to make that into the fire admin building, that's when we applied, and that's whenever that occurred.
Okay, so I've always been told, nobody's brought this up, and I noticed it in the attachments. I've always been told that ad valorem, you have to do exactly what's in the deal, and it says expand.
Correct.
But we're not expanding it.
Federal government says expansion could be services as well. So we would be expanding the services provided out of that facility. And we checked with our bonding agent, Lynn Driver, and we've already been through that, and that has been okayed.
Expanding Central Fire Station can be expanding the services at
Yes, sir.
Central Fire Station.
Yes, sir. It could be a physical expansion or expansion of services and what we provide from that facility.
So I too think that we need to preserve our historical buildings in town. And my concern is efficiency, obviously. I do have some concern that we're pushing the limit there. Sometimes things are legal and that doesn't always mean they're right. Not sure how the citizens look at that. Those are my thoughts. Mr. Warren.
And I was getting ready to say, I just have that pulled up here because that was my next, two things. One is, we need to look and make sure that we don't have to make any ADA concessions when we do reconstruction and remodeling. We also need to get and if our legal department would rather defer, they can. But we need to get a legal opinion as to what expansion means. Because I don't even think it fits under a loose definition of expansion, because actually what we've done is reduce the services at that station, because we don't run fire out of that station anymore. All we have is offices there, and I don't think in any way, shape, or form you could consider that an expansion of services. But that's a legal question, not for me. But I think we need to have it answered. I think we need to know that. We need to know, I think council really seriously needs to look at whether we want to worry about the legal explanation or not. You know, I have vivid memories of this being bantered around back during this time when there was arguments within the city about what are we spending that money on? Why are we spending it over here when we could spend it over here? But y'all said we're going to spend it at Central Fire Station, and now we're spending it over at the new place, and vice versa. And it was just a big mess. In fact, I stood at a podium right down there on the end and asked one night if the size of the new facility had been reduced because of budget. And I was told by staff that it had not. I knew better. I knew that they weren't being truthful, and it wasn't any staff that was here. But I asked, and we can look at the minutes, and it was right there. And now we know the truth, that it was. It wasn't difficult to know at the time, but it wasn't convenient for people to say that because everybody wanted a facility that would service everything. But anyway, I seriously think we need to look at it because the citizens, when we go to the citizens and ask for more money, whether it's for streets or for construction of buildings or anything like that, we need to be able to point at a poster and say, we told you we would do this, and we did that. We don't need to point at a poster and say, well, we said we were going to do that, and we changed the definition, so we did that. We need to be as open and clear as we can possibly be.
So do you have a motion in all that?
Exactly that motion. No.
I'm trying to turn you on.
Would you mind if I answered or spoke to a few things that you brought up there as far as ADA or any of?
Okay. I'm going to make a motion that we direct staff to bring back more information concerning this. I would like to see information regarding available office space in this building. And if there is none, I'd like to know how any empty office space in this building has been designated to what it will be. I would like to know an answer to ADA, which we may get here in just a minute. And I would like to see a legal opinion about the word expansion. And also, I would like to get something in writing from our bond counsel that says that that's okay.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, I just want to remind the council and staff that we do have tools available that could defray costs. I mean, I talk a lot about spending money on historical stuff, but we do have that historical overlay that the Historical Commission has put in place that might help to defray some of the costs of that building, because I think if we're able to do that, it'll change how that building is repaired and fixed because of the nature of that historical overlay. It's a zoning is what it is. Thank you, Mayor.
Any further discussion or debate?
Well, Mayor, let me ask
Yes.
Randy, could we add on that they take a look at that, a friendly amendment, that they look at the historical overlay and what that would do to the cost and everything of that building? Okay.
Are you okay with that on your second? Okay, so that stands amended to include looking at the historical overlay. Further discussion or debate? Please vote. Need one more, unless we lost somebody. Okay. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Brent. Okay, that moves us up to item number 29. Contingent upon the city and the Chamber of Commerce approving an amended FY 22-23 support agreement on or before June 13, 2023, and 2, the city, if necessary, amending its hotel motel allocation resolution, considering conditionally approving a request from the Juneteenth Committee to allocate $25,000 from the Chamber of Commerce LEDC Hotel Motel Fund for the 2023 Juneteenth celebration and take action as deemed necessary. Tim.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item was actually a last-minute addition to today's agenda. I actually first learned about it yesterday about 1:15. And in doing that, we modified the agenda item. I believe the chamber met yesterday and voted on this, not to approve their support agreement, but originally when I saw this, I took what I was hearing that the intent was that the $25,000 go to the chamber to support Juneteenth, and so that's the way this agenda item is written, is that it would require an amendment to the support agreement that the city has with the chamber, and then potentially we might have to amend our resolution for our hotel motel tax allocation. We just did that in February, but we may need to do that again. But this morning I met with City Manager Ratliff and got some clarification on this, and I believe the original intent now was to actually to have the $25,000 allocated to the Juneteenth committee, and that was the original intent. But we did some talking, Mr. John and I, Mr. Ratliff and I did some talking about the efficiency and how that would work. And if we were to allocate directly to Juneteenth committee, we would be looking at having to do a support agreement with them. And then the way we do our support agreements, they're reimbursements. So Juneteenth committee would have to, expend its funds first, then seek reimbursement for the city. So when figuring out what's the most efficient way to get this done, so we can support Juneteenth, we looked at, well, let's potentially go with what we've got here in the agenda item. Let's see if the chamber is willing to take that function on, and then we can amend the chamber's support agreement. Then they can go ahead and they would have to amend their budget also as part of that. And then we can reimburse the chamber for the money spent on Juneteenth. And so that is the quickest and most efficient way, I think, to do this. To make this work, though, the chamber would have to have a special meeting And they're looking at doing that next week on June 2nd. And then I've heard from Finance, not Joe Don, but Deputy Finance Director, that maybe we're looking at a special council meeting on June 6th for budget. We could take action on June 6th to amend the support agreement and approve that, and we can get this done. So that's the most efficient way. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Tim, so to make sure I understood it, we'd run this through the chamber, but then we'd reimburse the chamber the money that they outlay on our behalf to Juneteenth.
So, yes, if the chamber's willing to do this, and I believe they are, they're looking at it with their accountant, but yeah, they would have to amend their budget to include a line item for Juneteenth, the $25,000. Then we amend their support agreement. Then that money would be a reimbursement deal. The chamber would pay for the Juneteenth programs, and then they would submit reimbursement to the city.
Oh, no, sir, I'm sorry.
Mayor and Council, I just want to be clear and Tim hit on this earlier, but in order for us to legally give to a private organization, there has to be a support agreement. So that's why we're going through the chamber.
Okay, and Bishop Dunaway, would you like to come and address the council? Bishop Dunaway lives at 802 Northwest 53rd Street.
Mayor, Council, if you let me take my phone out so I can look at my calendar. First, before I say anything about Juneteenth, I was okay, I got it. First, before I say anything about Juneteenth, I was very delighted about the Garver presentation. My church is one of the facilities, churches in the city that is partnering with I Am STEM and Garver, and we are very excited about the opportunity to do that with these young people that we are looking to help. Now, as far as Juneteenth is concerned, I was listening to some of the dates, and by the 12th of June, that's our pickup date that we would have to go back to Sam's and pick up the food items that we would purchase from Sam's, because the way that we operate is we go into Sam's at least about 3 weeks prior to the pickup date. We put in the order for all of the food items. And they typically will not have all of those food items, especially meats that we are requesting of them. And so it would typically take them about 2 weeks or a little longer before all of that would come in. I met with some of those individuals earlier today before coming to this meeting, and told them, they were meeting at 12, told them that we may have to change, especially our meat items. Typically, our meat items are ribs, chicken, hot dogs, and hamburgers. And so we talked about probably we would have to not serve ribs and maybe get some sausage, because typically the ribs they are more costly item, and they typically never have the amount that we need. And now I'm thinking that we probably wouldn't have the chicken also. Because of the same thing. So if we did any food items, it would be the burgers and hot dogs and the other side items that would go with that. And that's just because of the time frame that we are in right now. We do have, let me look at one more. Juneteenth, just so everyone knows, the 16th and 17th, we also talked about, and we are meeting this evening at 5:30. We also talked about perhaps we may need to just cancel which we really wanted to do, the block party. May need to just cancel that we really had wanted to do on the 16th as well. And I don't have those answers yet, but that's kind of where we are right now. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate, I appreciate the fact that we're supporting this national holiday as it is now. it does mean a lot to the freedom and the ideas of freedom for the community as they support this. And I have a statement of support that Councilwoman Johnson gave me. She's not feeling well, but if I may read that. Juneteenth has been a sponsored event budgeted for years until recently. While I have worked diligently to ensure that this holiday has been funded, it has since been named a national holiday and should not be viewed as just a local event. The committee has been working hard, volunteering their time and efforts to make this event a success. This year they have planned for a 2-day event. I believe this new vision is a start to help draw people to our city and has propensity to eventually become a main event that draws many. The committee will continue to maintain current partnership and sponsors while diligently seeking a new one to ensure Juneteenth is a successful event. I recommend that we find a permanent source of funding for the national holiday. Councilwoman Johnson. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, and council, I just want to throw in a few comments here before somebody makes a motion that I think we ought to approve this, subject to whatever the attorney is telling us we've got to do. But I also want to say going forward, I think we need to help Juneteenth become a bigger event and bigger holiday, but it's got to reach outside. The tourism funds are for drawing people in, not just a party for ourselves. I love going to Juneteenth. It's become one of my favorites. It's like family getting together. I love it. But somewhere we got to limit the amount of money we put in things. And what I've visited with several people about is coming up with a plan on hotel motel where we help events like Juneteenth become broader, but they need to partner with arts and humanities and the chamber and move towards self-sufficiency. Now, when I say self-sufficiency, I don't mean they're out of the hotel motel loop. There's a formula there where they can get, where all organizations can apply for hotel motel funds based upon that formula. And we have Keystone events. Now, it's been several years since I was on the CVB, but there were some Keystone events such as the International Festival, the Rodeo, Arts for All. Seems like Spirit of Survival was one. Seems like there was one more. I don't think the cattle show was Keystone. And I could see this becoming a Keystone event, and those Keystone events got the biggest, well, there was a number, and it's been too long for me to remember. I think it might be 7,500 now, but I'm not positive. And I think that may be the way to go in the future, and that'll be coming up again as we do the hotel motel budget. But I think somebody ought to make a motion to approve this, subject to Tim's requirements.
So yes, the motion would be, I'd recommend if the council would do that, would make a motion to approve allocation to the chamber, subject to the requirements 1 and 2 set forth in the agenda item.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? And we have a second for Mr. Harris. Discussion or debate. Please use the vote. Motion carries 7-0. Staff reports. There appear to be none. Do I have a motion going to executive session? Have a motion. Do I have a second? I'm not sure who seconded that, but there were several. Please call the roll.
Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Uyghur? Warren?
Thank you, Bishop.
Hankins? Harris?
cracked on you last week. Still looks really good.
We are back from executive session. Please call the roll.
Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman.
Okay, executive session item number 30. Oh, hold on a minute.
Okay, pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss the pending damage claim of Ralph Hendrickson, Laura Bush Hendrickson, and Hans Kopspel, and that conversation did occur, and no action is necessary.
Executive session item number 31. Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss the pending damage claim of Chris Hartley. That conversation did occur, and no action is necessary.
Executive session item number 32. Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss the pending claim action for breach of contract by the City of Lawton against Alfred Espinoza doing business as A&E Construction Company. That conversation did occur, and no action is necessary.
And executive session item number 33. Tim.
Yes. Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss the pending claims the city has with Dewberry Engineers, and that conversation did occur, and no action is necessary.
Executive session item number 34. Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B2, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss negotiations with IUPA Local 24 and the city to include discussions concerning possible amendment to the party's fiscal year 23-24 collective bargaining agreement. That conversation did occur, and no action is necessary.
And item number 35. Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B2, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss negotiations with IAFF Local 1882 and the City of Lawton to include discussions concerning possible amendment to the party's fiscal year 23-24 collective bargaining agreement. That conversation did occur, and no action is necessary.
And item number 36. Tim.
Finally, pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss a pending claim concerning the Schoolhouse Slough, Inc. That conversation did occur, and no action is necessary.
Is there a motion for adjournment? Mr. Warren, Mr. Uyghur, second. Please call the roll.
Hampton. Uyghur. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
All done and all through. Thank you, Tim. Well, I just knew Aquarian was going to be here today after that video he made.